Hello everyone! Hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. My name is Harriet Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel VTuber, and perpetrator of creative K things, and oh my word, things are going so wrong. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let me put that away. Don't. Okay. So, let me go and see what's wrong again, because things have obviously still not repaired themselves. I now hear the usual soundtrack. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to check if it's an issue on the starting screen. Because it might be that something went wrong. I'm just going to doubly check. My screen is going to go black for a second. 1 second. Yeah, okay, that's right. I don't know why that went off though. Okay, weird. Weird. Okay, anyway, I do not know why that was off. Anyway. Wild, wild, wild. Anyway, hello, welcome to Tuesday. How's everyone doing? Hopefully today we will have fewer scuffs. Hopefully. How goes? How are you doing, Keith? I hope that Tuesday has treated everyone kindly. Let me just make sure that my phone is quiet again, because I was trying to check if I could get sound through it on my phone, and I was not coming right. So, hence the little blip right at the start there. Whoopsie. Alright. On my end, it has been a pretty good Tuesday, I think. I'm doing good. I had 2 jam sandwiches today so far. Alright, at this rate we're thinking that, okay, Keith only eats jam sandwiches. Please consider something with meat if you are not vegetarian. So on. Protein is good for you. Joy. Yeah. Today has been oddly productive. I was able to do some exercise a little bit earlier. I was able to get a couple of new experiments down-ish. I rearranged my touch portal so that I can see all my buttons a little bit more clearly. So yeah, it's all in all on that front. Not too shabby. So, happiness is. I hope the sandwiches have something in them other than jam. Yeah, sometimes having the same thing over and 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 over again kind of eventually wears down the enjoyability of it. We mentioned that in yesterday's stream regarding music, but the same is very much true for food. One needs to keep it changed up, otherwise everything ends up tasting same-ish. And then it gets sad. Eventually all flavor disappears and then you wonder what you're living for. And that is tragic. Like, I cannot think of anything worse. But hello, Psy Prime, welcome in. Oh. I was thinking of making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but I didn't want to use a certain type of peanut butter. Ah. My mom is making a chicken rice dish for dinner. Ooh, lovely. Chicken and rice. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I had a very, very, very plain and simple and easy to chew plate of mashed potatoes and mince fried up in some eggs. That was my supper. And a tomato cut in half. Yeah, just like that. Raw tomato. Very easy supper. I can go for the same food a lot. I just think jam sandwich sounds strange. Need some peanut butter. I guess that's when the struggle hits. Yeah. Jam on its own is sometimes nice, but everything is in moderation, you know? Everything in moderation. But speaking of moderation and everything, today we are doing some continuation on some character design work. And we are continuing work on Apollyon Live's character design. I've gotten notes to work with, which are nice and comprehensive and easy to understand. And once we have done the linear assembly of all of that madness, we are going to then also start looking at colors. And yeah, that is going to be where we continue things off today. So, without any further ado, let us dive right in. Ooh, okay. I really need to make a point of going through all of my scenes just before I hit the live button to make sure that everything is fully loaded, because that took a second. But I think that's also just my OBS struggling to process everything. But it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, so here we have what we worked on with Apollyon last time. All of our iterations that we did when I was supposed to be animating, whoops, as well that day. And then here I have compressed the notes that I got back into the 3 iterations, which parts to take from which things. So now we are going to go and grab those parts and we're going to assemble them over here. That's going to be our first order of business, and then from there we can keep going. So first things first, we're going to grab base number 1 in its entirety, because the majority of our parts come off of base number 1, so we're going to copy it. We can move here and paste. Just going to move that down, and let's just take away this crop mark and inner border so that we don't have to do battle with that. Okay, and then let's see. Let's just move that down ever so slightly so that we can see what exactly we are doing. Then on number 2, we were going to grab the undershirt from here. So we're going to copy that and paste and realign using the collarbones as our alignment point. Okay, then grab this and be gone with you there. Look at these extras. Now he liked the length of jacket number 2, so we're going to use that as well. Nope, wrong lasso. Copy that. Paste. Use this to align. let's grab this and make it black. Stretch this down, so. Kind of just layering parts together to get our functions in place. So we've got the undershirt and jacket length from number 2. So now that can go away. And I just need to come over here real quick and make sure that this is in. Because why are you not going on automatically? Odd. Okay, anyway. So here we wanted the sleeves to be as long as in a number 3, which is not scrunched up to the elbows. Basically, the same sleeves, just not scrunched up. Okay. So now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a mask on here. And I'm going to grab our Sue bowl and just take out everything that we want to hide. On the mask. Something along those lines, yes. So that is the majority of those parts in place. That's the majority of those parts in place. Like the eyes from 3. copy, paste. Okay, now we clean this up. Here, let's just clean that up a little bit more. Okay. Now, we've got... Let's just go through our little checklist here, that I'm not lost. We've got the hair from one, we've got the ears from one, we've got the nose from one, we've got the mouth from one, we've got the chin from one, we've got the jacket from one. Trousers, we're not quite done. And we've not done that yet. We've got that, we've got that. We've got the eyes from there, we've got the sleeve length from there. Okay, so we're making progress on this assembly so far already. So the next part is going to be adjusting the hem of these trousers so that it's tucked into our shackles instead of the other way around. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy the shackle shape from number 2. Just place these over here. Undo. And that's a hydrate. Everyone, acquire your nearest staple consumption beverage and take a sip. I'm on water for now. What's everyone else drinking? Let's see, we have that can get hidden. That can get hidden. Something like that. Okay, which means then that here we can check that off and check that off. Which means that in terms of our base, we are pretty much there. So if I pull that opacity up again, we're almost there, but not quite. Nope. Okay, something like that. Now I just want to check my notes again, because I think there is something I'm missing, and I just want to make doubly sure that I'm not being stupid. Okay, that works. Okay, so I'm going to just steal that directly from over here as well. But let's just change the positioning of these. Pockets, because, man, pockets. Let them be huge. Because life is too short to not have huge pockets. Apply that mask because I'm done tweaking beneath it. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So everything is according to the notes so far. Lovely. Okay. So now let's see, what was the difference in the shape here? Okay, basically the main difference was extra length on the wrist group of feathers and less definition on the bottom row of cupboards, but the position needs to be as here. So let's do this. I'm going to copy this. Copy. Paste. copy, paste. Because the posture is something that is changeable, but I don't know if that was necessarily altogether clear. But it's okay. Nope. Yeah, that. And then that posture is going to translate to something like that. Okay, that merges down. And then here we're going to just take that lot out. Nope, wrong. Take that lot out. Just drop that down a little bit. Okay. So then when we come back to our notes here, we've got the halo in place, we've got the head wing position and shape in place. Now we need to grab our glasses. It's phase 3. Phase number next. Grab those, copy. Clear that. Transform. Scale it down. Okay. Then on this side, we're gonna need to not the aspect ratio, reduce the width. Nope. Collapse that side a little bit. Add a little bit of perspective to that. Like so. So far, assembly is going pretty well. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to do a second paste on our glasses over here, just so that I can have that reference here as well. Okay, now our glasses are in place. Next we need to do wings and the beanie version. here, when it comes to wing shape, we're going to grab this in its entirety. Copy. And paste. Grab the entire thing, move it up here so that we can see it. What's on this layer? Nothing. Okay. So what we are going to do then is we're going to just quickly do our scaling math in terms of how these wings will fold. Right? So here, from where it appears in the ether to the elbow point is about the length from the shoulder to where the ethereal elbow would be here. So if that is going to be our math, let's do wing folded. There we go. Which means that distance is going to be slightly longer between the elbow and the top of the wrist. Okay, so now let's just clean up inside here because we don't need all of that construction information. Get the scale. Alright. Now, what we've got is the length of the feather at the end here is, if I just do a measurement, it is approximately the same as the base of the head to the small of the back. So if I go here quickly and I grab a distance of base of head to small of back, just use that as a measurement tool. For this particular feather, and if I look at the one over here, which is the shortest part, that distance, Ren, a burb, yes indeed, sort of, sort of a burb, sort of a burb. Let me just move this one back here for a second. Base of the head to small of back. Here, this one is going to be, just going to change the hue. How are you doing, Ren? to there. There we go. Has wings equals burp, even if it's bad. You know what? If it works. If it works. Now the feathers here. And I just need to make sure that I've got my measurements right. There we go. That needs to go away. Let's just reduce those opacities down. From the underside, what happens is underside is visible inboard. Underside is visible inboard. Okay, underside of the feather is visible inboard. So this is going to be the forwardmost feather that we're going to see. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 feathers. Also, I'm doing fine if we don't take into account that I haven't eaten again. Ren. Ren. What am I going to do with you, huh? So that's 1 and 10. Oh. We need to split this into 5. 5. 1. 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Fine, I'll go grab food. Good, good, please do. I have a jam sandwich if you're not allergic to berries. Thank you for being willing to share. Welcome to the madness that is the folding of feathers, guys. Now, what happens is that when the wing folds, the part that is from the wrist to the fingers, that stretch, tucks inside of this group, which is from the wrist to the elbow. Now this distance if I measure the length of the peak of the elbow to the tip of the longest feather. Is basically going to be head to knee, top of head to knee height. If I measure that as top of head to knee, sure, long feathers. We have a pile of Karelian pies in the freezer, so I'll have some of those. They're basically rice porridge and a thin rye crust. Ooh, yummy. That sounds good. I'm just going to angle this. Yes, part of transformation. Now here. We're gonna have that go. Now we've got 4 that's got those little extra bits. 1. 2. 3. 4. Actually, undo all of that. Ideal. Now that I've got the length of the first one in place. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Pessimistic hype! Hello, hello! Welcome in! Welcome in! How are you doing? Now I've got 4 feathers bridging that space, so we need to put that in reverse there, so that's going to be 1, 2, right, 3 and 4. Eck. Almost got it. Okay. As good as I'm gonna get that. There we go. Okay, almost have these feathers in their folded state drawn in. Wings look very different when they're folded, don't they? I should know, considering that those look very different in that shape from in that shape. Oh, look at that. We've got similar wing shapes. Hey! Oh, hello. Something's wrong here. Well, nothing's wrong over here. 1 second, let me just fix this, because I did not notice this, that I've got clipping here. Why have I got clipping? I shouldn't. But I see why. I see why, though. Okay, that will be fixed at a later date. I'm not going to mess with that now, I don't think. Unless... I do that. And I do that. Where's the clipping start? There. So I need to come down like that. Okay. And yeah. Wait. Stupid stuff is happening. That's fine. Weird. Okay. Anyway. Wings I'm gonna take away for now. Just odd that we have the same wing shape. Doing amazing, actually. Excited for next week to finally show off your amazing work. How are you doing? I am excited for you, firstly, because I saw your trailer and it's looking great. It's looking great. I love what you did with it. I love what you did with that debut trailer. It's awesome. I am doing well. I've just realized that I'm actually frozen to the bone, though, so let me just quickly throw on a jacket. One thing. I'm actually also doing pretty well. Oh. I was able to exercise today. I was able to get notes down for this character assembly today. I was able to have a nice, easy, comfy meal with mashed potatoes today. Nothing was on fire that wasn't supposed to be on fire. The one thing I can say that was less than pleasant was that not enough coffee was had, but that was entirely on me as well, so I guess. Can't be perfect days, but we're doing what we can. Okay, I think that is all of those parts. Speaking of coffee, it's time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. I sadly don't have coffee right now. Thank you, I appreciate it, especially coming from you. Aww. And very glad to hear you're good. So what are you working on today? So we are working on Apollyon Live's character design. We are doing the assembly stage of his character design. Last week, I can't remember what day of the week it was last week, but last week we did the base iterations, which is what you can see in this little corner over here, as we threw together a couple of base iterations off of the references he provided. And now we are throwing together the parts that he liked, which are what we see in our little list over here. Everything from in column 1 is from iteration number 1, iteration number 2, and iteration number 3. So we are almost at the part where we can start looking at color variations, which is another kind of fun altogether. Sorry, I've just got to sneeze. Pardon me. That was out of nowhere. It was probably Floof from the Chaos Cat who was still on my jacket. Bless you, thank you. now I'm just going to take that hydrate, which I never actually ended up taking. Whoopsie. Thank you, thank you. Alright. So we are making good progress. What I want to do though, is I want to come over here to our wing shape and I want to duplicate it. And just drop that over here. I just want to see if I move it this way, straight, is it going to fit? If I move this one like there and then move the body part over here, then it will fit. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to take the wing shape and reduce the opacity here a little bit. And we're just going to make the corrections for what will happen on the underside of the wing. The perfect stream for me right now. I'm actually starting to think in this direction. A proper character design for me. Good to see how the process can look like. Yeah. That is actually awesome to hear. Because a good character design that suits you does generally make you feel an awful lot more comfortable in your skin. Believe you me, I know from first-hand experience. I was fighting with my character design for like 2 years straight before I settled on Harrier, and it was not a comfortable time in my brain space, let me tell you that. I can tell you that with full certainty that if you're not comfy in the skin and the design that you're presenting to the world, it's not fun. Iteration is important. And also deciding, okay, how close do you want to be to how you look IRL or not? I opted to look basically nothing like I do IRL with Harrier. So, you know what? It is, okay, not 100% different. Like, there are a couple of things which are kind of similar. But, like, obviously it's not one-to-one. I decided for the sake of my sanity that trying to get certain things to be one-to-one were not working. So what we've done now is much better for me, I think. But anyway, the process that I do, I can't tell if it's going to be the same for everyone, but I like giving people options to work off of, and then from there we pick and choose the parts that we like and then slap those together and then refine from there. And then after we've done those refinements, after that first assembly, then we go into, okay, if we're going to do a reference sheet, we slide into the reference sheet thereafter. But I like to grab as much information as possible in these iterative sketches and come up with as many ideas as possible within the bounds of the references provided. How did you begin the process of creating Harrier? Did you have lore in the back of your mind and inserted the character there, or the other way around, or something completely differently? I'll be honest, I started with a name because I repurposed the name Harrier from an OC of mine who had become obsolete to the story that she was going to be part of. But I don't know why, I just kind of really liked the name Harrier, so I decided, okay, we'll start with that. Then I went into my bird book and looked at a bunch of Harriers in my country and thought, ooh, the black Harrier is pretty. Let's use that as the basis and start by humanoiding it from there. If I go to my very, very, very first Harrier sketch, we can do that, I think. We can afford that little deviation. Let me just quickly compress all of that way so that we've got space to see. The very, very, very first Harrier sketch was a little bit different. Let's just see. It's gonna be in which folder? It's gonna probably be in this one. Is it? Yeah, this is the one. This was the very, very first concept of my character design. So it was very much more organic. I actually had actual Harrier wings attached to my actual being, backless design, etc. Tried to do something where I was mimicking feathers. I still kind of like this V shape on the belt and trousers and such, but I kind of copied that with the V shape on my corset, and something is breaking on OBS. Is it? Internet? Catch up with me? Is that my encoder or is that my internet? Are we back? Are we back? I don't know where it snapped from, but suddenly my internet went all the way down to 0 kilobytes per second for a solid 2 seconds there. Those wings are pretty. Yeah, I like the organic wings. The wings are the main reason why I decided to base my design off of the Black Harrier. So I initially wanted to get the dappled feather pattern to mimic how a bird's feathers look. The sheer was a nice idea, but I wasn't sure how to get the masking and the transparency to work when I wanted to do that in 3D. So I kind of decided, okay, for the sake of my sanity and trying to get that repeating pattern to work over a non-flat surface, I'm not going to go with that. That's why that pattern ended up being scrapped. I did like the V shape here by the trousers, except it was also a little bit tricky to get to work, so that's why I ended up going with the corset as well. Just gave a little bit more structure, and also that V shape. This is the first draft. I really like it. Yeah, I really like it too. The epic boots were in from the start and they stayed. The only thing I really changed was I turned these round toes into a coffin-shaped toe. That's the only thing I really changed with the boots, and then I added the tail feather hub at the back of the shins, which ended up becoming my actual tail feathers. You know, those things. Yeah. So when I equip my wings, the tail feathers pop out. And there's a little light on either side for the port and starboard side of the tail feathers. Yeah. So I've now thoroughly broken my VTS screen here. Hold up. I think that fixed it, maybe? Okay, it looks like that fixed it. Yay! I look forward to the day that this hairstyle is an optional accessory for you. I adore it. Yeah. I like the short hair version as well. I really enjoyed the short hair hairstyle as well. It was a lot of fun. You know, it only just clicked for me that your boots are bird legs. Yes, that was exactly the idea, yeah. The hair design looks sick. I'd like to draw a character with that type of hairstyle, but my drawings of hair usually turn out flat. Yeah, I wanted to have a hairstyle that was very graphic and that looks complicated, but it actually isn't, like in terms of shapes. So the green stripe that you see here is actually this additional dangle that you see. So That's one thing. And these two hair highlights here are the two streaks that you see at the top of my head that end up being these long, weird antenna type things. It's actually these two highlights on the side here. So the hair map actually still works out the same way. So there were some things that stayed and some things that didn't. I liked the jacket. But in the end I didn't like the sleeves. Also the jacket, very sporty and slick, very cool. I see a lot of cool ideas that could be implemented as alternative outfits in the future. Really good stuff. Yeah. I do want to bring this back a little bit. I did determine that I really hate wearing sleeves, but I do like this little jacket still because it leaves my forearms open. I do really like this jacket still. I would like to bring it back in the future. Oh yes, here's the initial sketch of the shin hubs with the tail feathers. The initial idea for that came out here. Let me just go to unequip the wings for a second so you can see. Yeah. So that was the first iteration of Harrier. And then basically what I'm running now is literally, I think, iteration 3. Iteration 2 was the same outfit, just with a short hairstyle. So yeah, that's where we're at. I opted to go for this sort of longer shirt with pleats at the bottom underneath the corset to give a little bit of a skirty feel without necessarily, you know, being a skirt, because I do not necessarily feel like a skirty person. But I like it. I like tassets and things that feel like tassets. Okay, something is still broken here, so let me come over here, unlock that, grab you, because something is still very much broken here. Why are you clipping? I do not understand why this is clipping. Something is very wrong with how my BTS is displaying, but anyway. Citrina, hi, welcome in. I'm gonna be super honest, I would have commissioned you for a character sheet design already, but I just don't have a proper idea. Oh, that's fine. What I personally prefer when it comes to getting resources for a character design is a mood board. Like, if you've got a fixed idea like Apollyon did, then sure, you can give me the parts that you know that you want. But if you've not got really a fixed idea, but you've got an idea of the elements that you sort of like, it does give us a bit of freedom to play around and see, okay, how can we put those elements together in a way that's uniquely you? But Citrina, yes, welcome in. So, in Apollyon's case, he had a very clear idea of what he wanted, and he gave a mood board that was straightforward and to the point accordingly. In terms of what style he wanted, for what parts, he was very clear that he wanted the fluffy hoodie trim, he was very clear that he wanted a hoodie, he was very clear that he wanted a white undershirt, he was very clear that he wanted socks, and that he wanted fancier pants and wings and head wings and a beanie. Like, none of that was negotiable. So, in terms of the basic structure of what he wanted, it was pretty much okay. He wants jacket, white t-shirt, techno pants, socks, shackles, spiky hair, head wings, beanie, glasses. Those were non-negotiables. Unlike Velvet, definitely have less references and ideas. Would that work still possibly? It could definitely. Like, if you know, okay, my aesthetic is a suit, cool. We've got then we know, okay, this is, if you know that you are going to be someone who is a suit wearer, that is a great starting point. Then what we look at is, okay, what sort of textures speak to you? Are you going for modesty? What's their preferences in terms of hairstyle? And so on and so forth. Are there any particular accessories that speak to you? Are you someone who's liking filigree or not? Are you someone who likes gems or not? Are you going for more adornments or less, etc., etc.? And basically we work off of that. Because there is a surprisingly large range of variation that you can achieve even with very few ideas. So if you give a wide range of source materials, we might not be able to necessarily use all of it. If you give a small range of source materials, I'm going to need to play around over a bigger range within the iterations that I provide for you to see, okay, can we stretch the ideas a little bit to give you something that you're still happy with, but which is going to be unique and still very much you. Okay, I've just got to let a Chaos Cat out of the door before he wrecks a jacket. Chaos Cat knows how to make an exit. Chaos Cat knows how to make an exit, that's for sure. He makes his presence known. Thoroughly. Okay. I need to figure out what I did with my BTS that it's acting so stupid. Because things are not behaving how they are supposed to here. Okay. There we go, I think. I think that's it. Like so. Nope, still broken. And if I pull this down... Yeah, it's still broken. Why are you broken all of a sudden? This makes no sense to me. BTS, why? Okay, now if we come back here... Okay, now we're fixed. Bleh. Wild. I don't know what was broken. Or how it got that broken, but anyway. We are hopefully restored. I think there'd be a lot of communication involved, which I had a wonderful experience with you before. Aww. So I'm really, really tempted right now. Well, think it over. Think it over. Yes, I'm selling my services a little bit, but you are kind of asking, so if you are up for it, consider it. Because it does have quite a lot of value to it. To have a design that you feel, okay, this is there, we are taking it to next level. It helps. It helps. If you are serious about what you are doing. So that is something to consider. What was I busy with? I was doing the wing shapes down here. I was doing the underside of the wings. Getting the feathers in right scale or down here for the front of the wing. Absolutely, in my case, to have a full body design just in general. Yeah. Valid. Whack! Nope. This needs to be in black. There we go. Apollyon Live! Hello, welcome in, and thank you for the head pats! How are you doing? How are you doing? The assemblies are going well so far. How goes? How goes? Hoi! I'm good. That is fantastic news. If you're good, that is fantastic news. It looks amazing. I'm glad, I'm glad, I'm glad, I'm glad. I'm currently just putting together the underside of the wing as well for you. Because I did not have that when we were doing initial wing shape. I'm going to throw in a little bit of my shorthand here, just for my own sanity's sake in the meantime. Eek. There we go. Because obviously the feathers kind of stack on top of one another, so they can't face, the feather edges can't face the same direction top and bottom, or front and back in this case rather. Okay, now we can see if that's coming out right. Now I just want to change the angle here so that I can see lengthwise a little bit more clearly what's going on. Alright. That works. That works. Now to clean up this mess. Go. Feathers are a lot of fun, but you need to keep your wits about you. There we go. Thank you for the copy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So that is the dorsal and the ventral view on our wings. Now we can dial those back up. Now here, there's going to be visible quill on that side. A little bit, anyway. Just so that we can see what's going on. Now, if this were an organic wing, there would be a tiny bit of a hollow over here. Leading between the elbow and the wrist, there's this little stretch of skin here between what would be the shoulder. So under organic circumstances, there'd be a little bit of a hollow there. But I think in this case we can sort of omit that information. Okay, but I think that is almost there on this. Now what we need to do is see, is that all on the same layer? Yes. What's this? That one can now get thrown away because we're not using it. These are our measurements for what parts do what. So let me just duplicate that information over here. Just for reference sake. Then blue was from there to there. That is going to be from the base of the neck to the small of the back. And then the red from the base of the elbow to the bottom of that feather was from the top of the head to there. Okay, so those are our wing measurements. Okay, just that we've got that information captured. And I can get rid of those 3 layers now because I'm not using it. And I can hide that because that information is captured. Cool. Now what we need to do is we need to copy what's happening over here. Copy. And paste. And duplicate. And merge down. And grab you, slot you over here for a second. And now what we're going to do is we're going to reduce this opacity and we are going to do our beanie fit. Now, in this case, what will happen is we're going to have, these are probably going to then fold, which is going to mean we're going to probably tuck like so to fit. Let's think for a second. if the root is here, there's an elbow, then there's a wrist. So if the elbow lies like that and the wrist sits basically forward over here, that distance is going to be about like so. We might have a little bit of a pop out on this side. So unless, no, the elbow is probably going to tuck a little bit more downward. Elbow is going to tuck a little bit more downward. Okay. So when it comes to our beanie fit, we said we were going for fit number 3. Which is a little bit loose. It is going to squish the hair a little bit, so what's going to happen? We might actually see the wing obscure the ear a little bit. Just a teeny tiny bit. That's probably what might happen in reality with the physics of it. Okay. Undo. Give ourselves just a little bit more space here. Okay. Now, if we want to apply what's happening here, we're going to have a couple of leading edge feathers. And one, how many feathers are there? One, let's make that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the wrist. 4, 5, just poking out the back there. Hide that. Apply a mask here. Trim what is going to get squished and what is going to get hidden. Okay, let's merge that down, apply. Now there is the potential that the posture for this, instead of being resting vertically, would be, duplicate that, hide. If the idea here was for the beanie to completely conceal the feathers, then there'd need the posture at which these wings would need to be hidden would have to be different. So if the shoulder is there, that would mean the elbow needs to go up, so that the fingertip feathers hide sort of inside the beanie like that. Instead. So instead of folding at that angle, they would fold at that angle. So that's the A versus B in terms of how that would tuck in there. But aside from that, I think as far as structure goes, that is the assembly pretty much sorted. Because we have in fact now got everything in the checklist in place. Yay! Everything in the checklist is in place, I think. So now, for the sake of actually being able to see, we don't need to save the list because, wait, I said do not save, because we don't actually need that information anymore. So this we can now collapse down. Okay. Yeah, I think now we are pretty much ready to start looking at colors. I think we're now pretty much ready to start looking at colors. What I do want to do though is I want to grab all of this. Cut. Yes. Edit. Rotate canvas by 90 degrees. Let's see if it'll fit. It looks like it will. Lovely. So do not grab and fold it, but when shaping the measurements come through. Like so. I am going to just move the wing measurements to, no. I'm going to move them on this side. No, I'm not going to move anything. I'm just going to hide it for now. Okay? Make a group over here. No, undo. Group. Pull this beanie on. Okay. There we go. And hide that note for a second. Apollyon, are you still hovering? Are you still lurking? I wonder. Okay. Save button is probably a good idea right about now. Save button seems like a good idea right about now. Wait, are we even still live? I'm suddenly feeling very self-conscious. Are we still live? Okay, according to that we still are. Okay, and according to that we still are. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. For a second I just got really, really worried that something had broken without my knowing. Okay. Okay, so the next thing we need to start looking at is colors. So, I'm just going to go File, Open, to my Commissions folder, to Apollyon's folder, to the mood board, and drop that in here, and just move this up to my other screen so that it's not taking up precious real estate, because I just want to read the notes here again. Okay. Now let's do base call. Now our main things are blue eyes, black hair, and it looks like it's a sort of a cyan blue. Okay. Actually I'm gonna put base coal in a folder. Go skin, hair, eyes, shirt, socks, wings, all of them which are white, as per the mood board slash brief. Then we've got shackles. Then we've got the hood, the outer, hood, the inner, hood, the fluff, pants, detail, okay. So now let's start throwing things together. I'm gonna steal here, let's see, as far as colors go, the only thing that is basically painting stone is the color of the hoodie fluff. So let's start with the hoodie fluff. This nice, fluffy, warm gold color. This warm, fluffy gold cream. color just looks fluffy. I completely understand this color. Or the fruit. Okay. Wings, I'm going to steal the same of white that I use for doing teeth and sclera on the eyes, because pure white doesn't shade nicely, but this slightly warm white I use, with just a little bit of color in it, just a little bit of saturation. Does look nice and organic, so you can use that. Doesn't quite look cold because it's not a blue white. But that is up for change, potentially. So I'm gonna put the sclera on the sclera as well. While we are here. The exact shade of white I think might need to change for the wings though, because it's warm, but I'm not sure if we're going to want to go for warm. We'll see. Okay, now the skin color. Now in the previous versions it was really pale. Out of curiosity, would real life pictures of myself be a valid reference, especially since I don't make a secret of modeling hype after pushing myself pretty much? No, I mean, absolutely. It will not have been the first time I have modeled a character off of a real person's appearance. It will absolutely not be the first time. Let's just see. I want to compare the color here. Now this color that I'm going to drop on here, oh wow, that's only slightly more saturated than the white. Can you even see the difference in that color? That is so slight. That is so slight. Value 100%, saturation 10%. Value 95%, saturation 3%. That is so terribly close. That is maybe going to be a little bit too pale to even see. Like that's not too pale to even see the difference between white and skin. Like, I am pale as death, and I got the hairiest swatch off of my own skin tone. And I'm that dark. That's terrifying. Like, my skin highlight color is that? We're going to need to workshop the skin swatch. We're going to need to workshop the skin swatch. I think if I start with the Harrier highlight color as a base and then see if we need to make it a little bit less yellow and maybe a little bit more red, maybe? As our base color. Let's clear that and drop it at the bottom again. Actually, I'm curious. If I go to my... Oh, where are you going? There. Your skin color, as someone who is literally a snow type, you're still darker. Oh my word, my snow type character is still darker than this. Oh my word. And his highlight color... Okay, that's slightly lighter there. Still more saturated. Okay, wow. My snow character is still darker. That is scary. Okay. Okay. Undo, undo, undo. I might use snow character as base color. Oh, he's even more yellow. Wow, okay. I have found my people, the pale ones. Yeah. Fitzpatrick skin type ones unite. Step into the sun and immediately turn into Rice Krispies. No, not Rice Krispies. Lobsters. Rice Krispies just stay white. Although technically, if we combine the fact that he's pale, dark skin, pale, dark hair, and blue eyes, the likelihood is he's probably a Fitzpatrick skin type too. He'll probably be able to stay in the sun for a teeny tiny little bit of time before he starts burning blisters. If I had to go judge based off of only the hair and eye color, but you cannot do that under normal circumstances. Because genetics plays a big part in knowing how someone is going to react to sunlight. Okay, I'm gonna grab those blues because they're more accessible blues. Okay, and then hair, I'm gonna steal my hair color for my... I'm gonna start with the base color that I use on my dark-haired werewolf guy. I'm gonna start with that because it is a slightly bluer black, but I'm probably gonna hue shift this slightly less green. Because it's a slightly greener hue than what I think is maybe applicable for this guy. Yeah, I steal colors of my original character swatches quite frequently as a starting point, and then refine afterwards. That's just one thing that I do quite frequently. It just gives me a good starting point. And I don't seem to draw them often, I know, but I'm fairly familiar with how these particular characters that you guys have never seen look. So as far as starting points go, I'm fairly familiar to be able to do these assemblies based off of that information. Okay. Then as far as the yellow goes, I'm gonna steal the color of my boots as a starting point. Undo, undo, undo. Halo. And that's a little bit too orange. So we're going to grab that and we're going to go edit, tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity, go to hue. Uh, 10 hues closer to green looks good. That looks better. Okay. Now he had this really loud cyan hoodie. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. I've got recently delivered coffee, so yay! Nothing like warm coffee while it's still warm for a change. Ah, love warm coffee when it's still warm. Not quite scalding, but still warm is nice. Yeah, this is like an electric blue. Which, I don't know if a day glow blue textile is necessarily always going to shade the most easily. Goodness alone knows I've struggled with that enough with the werewolf character I stole his hair color from. I'm just basically following what I'm seeing on the information that I got on the I love me some cyan. Yeah. Nothing quite like it, huh? Loud colors, my favorite thing. I'm gonna take a slightly darker version of that. to do our lining. Oh my word, it's looking very similar to my werewolf character. Oh my word. In terms of color choices. I feel like it's going to want some texture of some description, otherwise it's going to be a lot of loud. But we'll see when we get there. We'll see when we get there. One day when I have the money, I'll commission you to draw bubblegum printed boots, and you'll either love it, hate it, or go blind. I love bubblegum printed boots. Like, it's just all of the colors. All of them, literally. It's going to be interesting matching the patterns on that ink splat jacket. It's gonna be super interesting matching those patterns. But it's definitely gonna be fun. Looks like we're going to need to iterate these colors a bit as well. Now, the black I'm gonna strew. Which black? Has this guy got a black? Yes, but it is on a red hue. I'm gonna go for. Let me take a more cyan hue and let's just dial that saturation up to 10. When you can't decide on a color scheme, choose all of the colors. Yes. That is a methodology. That is a methodology. Okay. Nearly there. Are we gonna do the lanyards in black as well? Probably. Unless we do the lanyards in a contrasting color to help and pull that little tail down. We'll consider it. Where is my default silver color? Which is not actually grey, it's actually purple. A very desaturated purple, but it's purple. If I take that and I make it an actual teal, ooh, 35% is good. 35% is good. And just pull a little bit of color down. So that the lanyards actually read on the character design. Because if one makes them black, they're just going to disappear. You're not going to actually notice their existence. not an issue when you're dealing with IRL fixware, but when you're coming onto a character design, then legibility of what is actually happening on the design is kind of important. Okay, where are our shackles? Right up here. Let's go with the darker metal for the shackles. And the locks. And then a pale metal again for the lock and bolts. You can see it through there really, but I just want to pretend that I've tried. Just a little. So it's a starting point, but we can do better. We can make this look better. And I think that's something that we want to fix while it's still in flats, because as soon as you start relying on your rendering to make it come to life, then it's going to fall flat, and I don't necessarily want to curse this character design with being rendering dependent. So this is going to be base coal 1. Duplicate. Coal 2. And no, don't clear it. What we're going to do is we're going to lock all of those opacities. Okay. Open 1. Lock all of those opacities. And duplicate, and for this base coal 3. Okay, iris. Let's just quickly do this. Just want to get an idea down for what kind of eye color we've got, because that can inform a good deal of other information. And for that, I want a good iris. Let's just make this, call it eye breath. Call this one inks. Add sclera, iris. Okay. Start by giving ourselves a full real quick. That's going to definitely not be the final color. Lock opacity, grab iris color, fill. There we go. Come over here, grab that lovely little powder blue. Iris base. Then everything clips down on top of that. Some detail like so. Then highlight color. Is that? Only wrong. Okay. That looks a little more vibrant and lively. That's the case. Move that down, lock the opacity, full. Have that. Move the saturation down, lock the opacity and full. Saturation down slightly more. There we go. Then let's see what can we do. Let's add a little bit of this loud color over here. And our swatch. Let's just capture everything quickly. I want to have that thing. Let's see, I'm thinking keep boring. Okay. And then fill. Let's start with that and make it darker still. Like that. Okay, that works, at least in terms of eye color. Now we need to go into these and see what we can do to get these colors to be a little bit more cohesive and finished. And it's going to start with this hoodie outer. As much as loud cyan is nice, we need to add a little bit of variation. And I think we're going to start with the sleeves. Like so. And also that detail on the pockets. Why? Because we want to add a little bit of hue contrast here. Copy, paste, hue, hoodie outer detail. Okay, just copy that up. Now what I want to do is I want to add a layer right at the top. Call this one value check. Okay, grab white, fill, put it on color mode. And now anything we do, we are going to adjust like such so that we can see changes here. What I am going to do is I'm just going to drop that directly above our colors, because otherwise I'm going to get annoyed when I need to scroll a bunch of times. So now we've got everything separated out that we want to do, so now we're going to go tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity. We're going to start with saturation down and luminosity down and cancel, because we're on the wrong thing. I want hoodie outer detail, edit, tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity. Saturation down first, value down. Okay, value check off. Now that and the inner detail is kind of very similar. So now what we want to do is we're going to come over here and this, what we're going to do is we're going to go value check again. First things first, we're going to go tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity, saturation way down, not all the way, something like that. Okay, add a little bit of grey, which gives us a little bit of variation. If I just put that over here, just want to see. Yes, there is in fact a contrast. which is nice. We want contrast. Contrast is our friend. It helps us make sense of what we are seeing. Pants detail, what I want to do is I want to separate what is metal. Cut, paste, pants. No. Undo, 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 undo. Grab those little triangles as well. Cut, paste, pants, metal. Okay. Then on pants detail, the values show that it is a little bit too dark because we can't see the difference between that and the black. So use saturation luminosities. Luminosity, we can draw that up ever so slightly. That's good. Okay. The starting point. Starting point. So if we compare that with the original set of colors, we've got a little bit more contrast to work with, so we can see more shapes without necessarily losing anything. I'm going to grab this hoodie outer detail color and use that to pull out our zips, which I see are still uncolored. Okay. And you see that our eyes are still around hue here. Let's just do that on both views. Now, because of the eye color being significantly bluer than the whatchamacallit hoodie, I'm just going to check here very quickly. This hue on the eye color is 199. And on the hoodie is 180. What's the color on the hair? There is ironically also 180. Wild! I did not expect that to happen. Okay. So I'm gonna make this 200 and fill. So it should be just a little bit bluer. And I'm going to make velvet saturation up to 15. So it should just look slightly bluer. I'm going to dial the value down to 25. Now it's slightly blacker. Because the organic parts we want to be matching each other in terms of the sorts of hues that fit together. So then when it comes to our wings, we're going to also grab everything that is attached to a wing color wise. And we're going to cut and paste, and we're going to make it just wings, and we're going to take that wings out of the shirts and socks layer. Then we're going to grab that off-white and we're going to make that value 200. Okay, and full, and now it's bluer. It's a cold white, not a warm white, so that automatically feels more in line with the hair color here than the warm white. Now we have got this yellow that is ever so slightly present in the halo and the hoodie trim. So where can we bring this in a little bit lower down in the design so that it also feels part of it? I think the locks are going to be where we can pull a little bit more of that gold into place, because I know that I've seen a more yellow metal on certain padlocks that I haven't encountered in the past. So let's go to our shackles over here, and let's make these, instead of being a black iron, let's make them sort of like a brass. Edit, tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity. Firstly, hue, make them redder. Saturation up, luminosity up, and that is a hydrate. So everyone, let us acquire our nearest safety consumption beverage. And take a sip. And value check. Okay, so now immediately there's more distinction between our locks and the actual shackles, which is great. And we bring a little bit of warmth down to the extremities. Okay, so that is a subtle thing, but it does add ever so slightly. It's just a little bit of color detail. The coffee is now cold, so I'm just quickly getting rid of it. I'm liking this option 2 on the colors a lot more, because it's actually feeling thought out a little bit. Let's see, as far as colors go, are there any other notes? The original on the box. That's the original on the box. That is transparent lenses. Looks like silver. Looks like silver on the frames. So let's go. Yeah. Grab our light silver color. Something like that, I think. Okay. So that is reading a bit better. Let's just hide let's just hide all the details. I we want to keep this closer. I'm gonna stack these on top of each other. Stack them vertically. Okay. Pull this up. Put that information over there where it's out of the way. Okay, now I can focus only on what's happening here without feeling clutter down here. Group. Ungroup. That needs to get attached there because they are now together. Group. Hide that for now. Hide that for now. Okay. No. Undo. Put it back in the folder. Let's just look at colors. Let's just look at colors for now. And duplicate base color 2 into base color 3. Okay, let's grab these and put them. Nope. Boy. Okay, so duplicate, drop that in there, duplicate, drop that in there, copy, paste, there we go. So that one's gonna look like that. Grab those two and move them sideways. So we can do some comparisons. Why? Because iteration is our friend. We can get a lot of ideas as soon as we start doing tiny tweaks. Okay, so now what I want to try... Nope. Cancel. Is I want to see what happens if I invert these two colors. So lock that and fill. And fill that like that. So now the sleeves are brighter. And what I also want to try is actually having the hoodie inner be the brightest color. And the outer detail being a bit darker still. Value check. So overall this one is looking like it's got a bit more range in terms of the values that it's got going on so far. Okay, so let's just value check this for a bit. Because that means that then all of a sudden we can take the pants detail and make it actually bright. And actually pull a little bit of that brightness down. Because loud colors are fun. But I'm going to do a little bit of a hue shift on these and take those to match something slightly more on the blue side and slightly less on the green side. So let's go something a little bit more blue there. Take that and also go hue shift to 200 and full, and let's see how that looks. Okay. But I want to cut the elastics off here. Cut. Paste hoodie elastics. It's full like that. Let's make this value 45 and saturation 70. Full. Okay. Hoodie outer detail. Let's see. Let's make that value 65 and value 65. Let's see. Subtle difference, but it's there. Okay. And grab that color also and hue shift to 200. Okay. The saturation, let's dial that up to 80. And our value, let's dial that up to 95. Keep a little bit of brightness in the look. It is a massive hue shift off of that green blue, but it does tie into a slightly more it does tie into a more blue that matches the organic colors of the hair and eyes a little bit closer. If we want to stick with the electric cyan, then we can always iterate a bit more, I think. We can always edit this number 1 that is loud, but not necessarily in effective ways. What I do like about this one is that we've got a little bit of an adjacent color shift between the yellow, something that can't decide whether it wants to be blue or green, and the blue. So we've got that entire yellow through yellow, cyan, and aqua, I think is more or less the right color. I don't know. Colors are weird, man. It's blue, it's green, blue, and it's blue and yellow. Colors are weird. Trying to memorize a gazillion and 3 color names to be exact is just no, just no. So let's just check our values again. So this one, value range is a little bit broader than on this second one, but it's working. We can actually see some, while it's in terms of cut simple, there's enough value interest to be able to differentiate between parts, which is a very valuable thing in terms of character design. Now I want to go back to this first one and edit it again, because I am looking at it with these original swatches of the provided references, and I'm feeling like it's a bit, it's not altogether there, I don't feel. Let's try and keep the very, very electric blue, but let's see what we can do to make it a bit better. I think what we're going to do is we're going to I'm going to duplicate base 2 again. I'm going to move it back to where base 1 was, and we're going to tweak off of base 2. Once again. Okay. Actually, no. Let's grab it with base 3. Because then we've got the most separated layers. And we can just do our hue selections. I believe what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make the greens that are presently what is this? 180. So we've got 180 and 200. Those are our optionals. Okay. So we're going to take everything here and we're going to start by hue shifting it to 180. as a starting point. Actually, no, we're just going to start with this. We're going to make those there. And also, we're going to take this same hue and value, but we're going to dial the saturation down from 80 down to, I think, 40. Let's go for something lighter. But then we're going to need to dial down this value. Let's put that on 90. And saturation down to 20. Saturation down to 20. We still want to imply blue. Saturation to 95. Oh, that looks better. That looks better. Okay. Then our elastics, let's make those this 70 and 75. Okay. And this hoodie inner. Let's make that match the elastics. Okay. Feels different. It feels different so far. On a value check, it's a much paler overall appearance. Now let's go to number 3 here because I'm still not convinced. Let's go to our pants detail and let's grab this color again and just do that so that we get a little bit of that color down, because that's what was bugging me there. We didn't have enough of that electric blue through to validate having it on the inside of the hoodie. Colors must talk to each other, top and bottom. Okay. So then when we're down here on base color 1 again, let's also do the same with the loud electric blue here. And value check. Okay. I'm feeling better about that selection of values. I'm feeling a lot better about that. Now number 2, compared to number 1 and number 3, has a couple of tiny little issues. Like, well, I suppose the contrast on the legs is there, so it depends on how much contrast is desired. Arguably, the electric blue is not exactly standing out to frame the neck and face here on the hoodie. Arguably, except when you show the colors, it does show up quite nicely. So we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We have options now. We have options now, and that is worth quite a lot. Just want to check something real quick. And here we go, here we go. I don't think Apollyon is still in chat. Let me check over here real quick. Okay. So the next thing that I want to do is I want to send before I do that, I want to get rid of that one. This is one. I want to see what a couple of highlights are gonna look in this, like in this hair color. So if I dial this value up to 65. Okay, and just check this. Okay. And pull that down to 10. Just give ourselves a little bit of shading to work with here, so that we can visualize how it's gonna look when shaded and rendered. Okay, that gives us an idea of what it's going to look like rendered. Now, here as well, I just want to check. This was the first guy's color. Translate. It's ultra subtle, but it does look a little bit more alive, which is maybe not a bad thing. So let's pull that. Okay, and multiply. Same color, just so that we can see behaviors. amazing what a little bit of shading those can come up with. Like, you're looking at something that is indistinguishable from the page. I know a lot of people like using skin colors that are so very, very, very close to the color of the page. That it is practically off-white. But I like being able to tell the difference between the skin and the canvas. If I want to make the person be in very bright lighting, I will rather do that with the lighting layers. Let me just hit the refresh button here. Something. Just want to check something. Hopefully my internet is still functional. Hello there. Refresh, please and thank you, and that is a hydrate for everyone. Let us start on your basic consumption beverages and take a sip. Have I still got coffee? No, I do not, so I'm back on water. Alrighty, so beverages acquired. Okay, so now I'm gonna copy that. Paste. Move across. Okay, align. Okay, copy. Paste. And move it across. Okay. Lock that opacity. Over here as well. Lock opacity. This color full. This color full. Undo, undo. Full. And full. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to actually do the value check between the skin and the surrounding structures. So here what I want to do is I want to just make myself a little window in our value check so that I can just see what is going on. And on this color what I want to do is I want to go edit, tonal correction, use saturation luminosity, and I want to go slightly redder. Cancel. Where am I? I want to be on base color 2. Edit, tonal correction, use saturation luminosity. You should that slightly redder. There we go. Luminosity down slightly. Saturation down slightly. Reveal. Yeah, that does give an impression of a redder underlying skin tone. Okay, So now we grab that color, lock that opacity and fill. Come back to our value check, pick white and fill. Okay. Now let's come back here, value check, make ourselves a little window to see what's going on. Collapse into number 1, lock that opacity. Start by going to the redder hue. Okay. Let's then see, wait. Am I being done? Am I being done? Yeah, let's keep the redder hue on this one. Let's grab the yellower hue for number 2. Fill and fill. And let's take a redder hue again and just make it slightly paler for number 3, because we've got an overall darker palette. Let's start with going fill and fill. Okay. Value check. Grab our skin color. Edit tonal correction. Hue saturation luminosity. Let's start by just dialing our luminosity up. Okay, grab that, and that's significantly paler overall. Okay, so now if we go to our swatch, our skin tones are that versus no. Something like that. Okay. So that's 1, 2, and 3. I'm just going to take this and rotate it. Okay, I think that is as much as I can get right on this without getting feedback back from Apollyon. I think. I just want to see. What I do want to do is I want to get in here. I want to duplicate this and pull it out. Those. Add a color layer. Here I want to just add that information. Up. Grab that color. folder. Grab that. Let's arbitrarily pick one. Okay. Now, the color of the city that we have here is gray that is completely void of all hue whatsoever. So let's go for this one instead. At 180. Why? Because that we at least know is somewhat usable. And it is a true midterm as well. Okay. Now let's see what I can do about this extra information. Edit canvas size. It's not center canvas. Okay. Now, let's do this. On shape and measurements, let's move you guys all the way to the side here. grab this color and add a note. Top of page 2. Okay, now I feel better about that. And so now I can select that. Let's see. I want to layperson can see what's actually happening here, not just me. Okay. Almost got it. Everything that I need here. Now, what we need to do is we need to get okay. Almost there. Let's get shape in place for our arms. That color again. Keep it subtle, but keep it applicable to our color scheme. Okay. I think that's enough pushing pulling on that for now. More than this, I don't think we're going to get any useful information before I'm being clear. So now we go work in progress 2. and send that through for checks, because at this point I need feedback. By workflow, I need it's going to be back in that stage. So add the file. It's going to be over here. Work in progress 2. Open. Let it load up. There. Let me just write it in my rationale as well while I am at it. Hi there. Then I finished stage 1 of... Okay, there's the hydrate, so let's do that quickly. Everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Let's go. Let's just send this information through. Let's see. I was here. Okay, so hi there. I finished stage 1 of your assembly and have started iterating on the colors and their placement. Let's see. I broke up the colors on the jacket to provide a little bit of visual interest and definition to make it easier to see what is actually happening in terms of shape. Please see the below, and I should probably export that real quick. Put that right on top, and rectangle selection. Grab that, file, export, PNG, whip to B, save, export selection area. Okay. Please also see the below grayscale comparisons, which are useful for helping to read clarity by contrast. In terms of how the head wings poke out from under the beanie, this is entirely optional. mm. Let's see. It's entirely optional. It could provide a little more visual interest. If left visible, but depending on the VTuber art / rig, if applicable in future, you could explain them away as being tucked in if it is too much of a challenge to make work. Let me add the grayscale version at the bottom here real quick to be open. Okay. I think we are about as far as we can get on this particular job this day. So, save button. And close that. All information is sent. Oh, I should probably make a mention regarding the wings. The second wing shape as seen in the first image above shows the open underside of the wing. The central row of feathers being shorter as part of creating a natural aerofoil as seen in real birds. Now let me just make sure that I am not talking complete twaddle. Yeah. I'm not in fact talking complete twaddle. Okay, lovely. And save. Okay. Please let me know which, comma, if any, of these options works for you, and then we can start refining details such as zipper, top, shapes, or any other motifs you may have. The double shapes, fabric textures, and any other motifs you may have in to try out. I look forward to hearing back from you. Send, client communications sorted. Yay! Don't you just love it when client communications are sorted? I know I do. I know I do. There we go. Okay, let's see. Woohoo! Yep. So I'm happy. I'm happy that I have given him options that I am comfortable taking any of these and putting them on a reference sheet as is, but obviously if there are more changes that need to happen, well, we can work those out. But happy, happy, happy. Let's think. I've still technically got about 3 hours left, but I have not got the guts to work on the animation right now. Have I got anything else pressing that I can do? There's nothing new in the commissions queue. Let me see. Can I do... Wait, what's this? I've been working on perlet charms while listening to the stream and my back is stuck in a 90-degree angle. Help it. Oh, that sounds like a stretch. That sounds like we are going to be having a stretch right this very second. So everyone, if you are here, and it is socially appropriate to do so, if you are at work or otherwise, and not, I don't know, on a train or whatever, now is a good time to stand up and let's do some stretching. I think that is a very good idea, because why? I have been sitting for 3.5 hours and I have not moved in muscle since, aside from that one time that I stood up to let the cat out. So, let's do exactly that. Eek! Stretching, standing. So, first things first, and I know my model is broken, but it's fine. Now that we're standing, let's put feet about hip distance apart. Lock our fingers together and pull them as high up above our head as we can go. Just stretch up like that. My back cracked so loud. Oh man, oh man. I can believe that, I can believe that. Okay. Now what I want us to do is let's, with our feet slightly broader than shoulder width apart, just move our hips as far to the right as we can possibly push them. Just arms easy to the side, just push our hips as far to the right as you can push them with a relatively broad stance. It should, on your left leg, maybe on the inside of your left leg, give it a little bit of a stretch on the inside of that leg, all the way down from the hip bone to the knee maybe. And same on the other side. So now we're going to move our hip as far to the left as we can go. And that should stretch out on the inside of the right leg. There we go. Just hold that for a couple of seconds. Let's do the other side again. Hip as far to the right as we can push it. There we go. There we go. There we go. And hip to the left again as far as we can possibly push it. Okay. Didn't know that stretching could be at such a basic posture, huh? Bet you didn't know. Alright. So, now what we're going to do is we're going to, with our feet in the same broad stance, we're going to take ourselves and we are going to rotate our body, or our upper body, to point backwards. So our feet stay in the same position and we are going to move right until we are facing as close to backwards as we can. Alright, so we're going to turn. And I'm facing now completely away from the camera. That rotation, sort of try and look straight backwards. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Okay. And rotate the same thing, but look the other way. So, now we're turning left so that our feet are facing one direction and our head is facing basically in the exact opposite. Okay. That little bit of back rotation is a strange thing to do, but it is worth so much to be having that rotational stretch. Okay. And let's go the other way around again. Hold it. Hold it. Almost there. And other side. Try to face backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Then let's see. What else can we stretch this way? Keep the same broad stance, I think. And let's go with take the upper body and kind of lean in the direction of your left leg, trying to not go forward or backward with your body. Try to stay basically in the same plane and just lean left as far as you can. Lean left as far as you can. It should stretch the right side of your torso. Keep your legs straight. Try to not lean either forwards or backwards. Just bend as far as you can. Okay. And same thing on the other way. So to the right, lean as far to the right as you can, without bending either forwards or backwards. Okay. That's something. I can feel something pulling that was definitely cramping. Rahazik, hello, hello! You caught us in the middle of a stretching session. Welcome in. Okay. Now what I want you to do is grab your hands above your head and lean back as far as you can without falling over. So, lean backwards and just hold. That's gonna be quite an ab exercise, wow. Yikes. Ooh. And back to release. Whew. I've been working on hand embedding eyes for stuffy plushie that I'm trying to make for my mom, and I finished the eyes, so I just need to sew the back and front together. Oh wow, well done! Nicely done, Keith. Nice, nice, nice. Fantastic. Woo! It's awesome to hear that you've been productive while we were here. Yay! I like that. Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's see, what else can we stretch while we're at it? I think we're pretty much there. Let's just lean forward as far as we can go, so try and push the floor. I've got a keyboard in the way. And okay, I think I'm done with stretching for now. My back was quivering during that last stretch, yeah. I think let's do that one again after hanging for a little bit. I think my spine released an ancient evil into the world with all that movement. That thing decompressed. Weesh. Yeah, then let's keep on doing that. Okay, so I'm assuming everyone has done the lean forward. So let's do the lean backward again. So hands above your head. And let's lean as far back as we can again without falling over and hold it for as long as we can. Let's go. Phase 1 of learning how to JoJo pose, I suppose. The abs and the fronts of your thighs work really hard doing this. Wow. This is exercise. This is exercise now. Ooh. Yeah. My gut is trembling with not being used to doing this. It's definitely necessary. Okay, and apply it again. Ow. Okay. I think we're done with stretching for now. Unless, let's just quickly do a big circle with the hips. Right to left. That's also a very necessary movement. Okay. And other way around. That works. Now, the reason why I'm focusing stretching around the hip area, aside from being good for lower back, which is the part that gets compressed when we shrimp while doing things, is that your hips actually are the major pivot point regarding which your entire core is pushing and pulling. So, to have good control over the muscles around your hip area is the major component of not suffering spinal compressions and all sorts of other madness. So, having good mobility in the hips is really, really important. But yeah. I think I'm done with stretching for now. Let's sit down again. Eep. Ah, okay, let's come back down here. Hello again. Okay. Let's see. So, I think we're done with that. What other task can we do for the next hour? I think, because I've still got some work hours left in me. But I don't want to work on the animation right now. Huh, that felt pretty nice. I guess I should stretch more often. Maybe. I'm thinking maybe I should include a midnight stretching session into the regular routine of our streams, maybe. Because that was actually not bad. You know what? Maybe I should. Huh. I'll figure out how I'm going to remind myself to do that, but yeah, I think that's a nice idea. That would be beneficial to everyone who's working at the same time? I think so. So we'll figure something for that out. Now, when I did the animation for the new alert thing, that little over-the-shoulder wave animation, I think that entire process took me about 3 hours. No? 4 hours. It took me 4 hours, so I can't do it all tonight if I want to do another one. What task can I do now that is shortened to the point and that I can do now? And be done with it now. Let me think. I haven't got anything small in the commission queue at the moment. Let's see. Let's see. I want to just tweak something over here that I just spotted was weird. Okay. That is fixed. Let's see. I wonder. Okay, I'm struggling to think of what I can do right now that's going to be shortened to the point that I can finish in one go. And that is also going to be useful. And that is also going to be useful. Hold up. Let me think. I should maybe just do animation work. I should just do the job. Don't think, just do the job. Open. Because trying to be clever is not going to help much at this point in time. And that is a hydrate. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. And we're still waiting for the file to open because it takes a small eternity. Okay, now let's see, did I leave off? Last time. Scroll down here. I actually have water per change. Something is terribly wrong with me. Yes, it's called actual hydration. Congratulations on becoming a living organism. I ran out of Pepsi. Oh no. Of the great cataclysms to occur. The lack of Pepsi is fatal for my brain function. Oh no. Okay, I'll figure that out. Blue is where we've been, green is where we're going, so that goes like that. Okay, now if we hide this because it is no longer needed. Is it? No, it is needed. Why? Because we still need to apply pocketses. So, we've got pocket there. And there we go, there. Something like that. Candy Bush, hello, 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 welcome in. How are you there? Hope your day is going well there. Thank you. Yes, it has been going very well. We have been productive. I have sent another commission update to the client with his character design project, so that is in order. So we have been productive this day. On my side, we've been productive. On Keith Manta's side, there's been productivity. On Ren's side, I'm assuming there's possibly been productivity. Possibly. Entirely likely. Let me see. I think I forgot to scroll back. Yes, I'm making stuff for Artist Alley booth. Yes! Oh, awesome, 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 awesome. Let me clear that, because that's obviously not right. Here's the problem here as well. And in between these two. And there we go. Okay, onion skin off. Check. Yeah, that pocket is now functional. Great! Now we put that into practice with these ones. So neck. And wrong, wrong, and wrong, because why? You're not on the correct layer. needs to be here. I need to choose the correct folder when I am switching between animation cells. And I made the same mistake again after I literally just said it. Okay. I'll put the pens and such in the pockets after I've done the white fill on everything. Which I will do after I have made sure that I have not got any gaps where I must not have them, such as that one I can actually ignore. Yeah, I've got a gap which needs to be filled, so we go here and we go to selection, grab that, copy, collapse body base, paste, hide body base, hide body base. Show, grab this little stretch, copy, paste, collapse, hide. There we go. Okay. I'm pretty sure at this point now we're not going to see any more cutting of the thighs. Yeah. What we have got is an error in terms of how this is going to rest on the hair. There we go. Okay, hide that. Okay, we're good. Seal the bottoms here. Okay. Hide hair, hide expressions. Keeping on hiding hair and expressions. One more. Okay. Now here, grab our white base color. Last one, hide those two. Come to our white base color. And undo. Hide our shading layers. Hide our shading layers. Grab here. Hide shading layers. White base. Hide shading layers, white base. And hide shading layers, white base. Hide shading layers, white base. Hide shading layers, white base. Wait. Almost there. Hide shading layers, white base. Hide shading layers, white base. Okay. Now that we grab our such color and let's put this back into ginger color here. Delete that. If there's anything here, delete that too. This entire layer we're going to clear. Line. Unclip. Oh wow, there's debris. Yikes. And clear. And blue lines over here, we're going to clear. Something like that. And like that. And unclip. Okay. Delete that debris. Clear the layer. that. Onion skin off. Show those. Okay. Back to those colors. Unclip. We select all of that. Delete. Delete. Clear. And then fill. There we go. There we go. Hey! Progress. My brain was just not in the position to do this part yesterday. Yeah. Onion skin on. There we go. Now, when I've got this done, I'm going to need to do the in-betweens, because you'll see that these are on 2s. They're not supposed to be. There's a 16, 18, 20, etc., missing in between all of these, which means more work to be done. Yay! Onion skin off. Move. Okay. Fill. Clip. Yuki! We're getting there, we're getting there. Are we holding out okay? Let's see. The joy I felt when I remembered there's chocolate ice cream in the freezer. Oh, lucky! Oh, lucky! Oh, that is indeed joy. That is indeed joy. But I have work snacks. One day is one day. Probably not going to be any day soon because snacks are expensive. If I ever have snacks while working, maybe one day I'll actually remember to eat them while I am working. Joshua! Hello, hello! I've been working, but hi, hi, hi! Thank you for the lurk! It goes greatly, greatly appreciated. Algios! Okay, let's check this. Yay! It feels like I'm getting sick, but I'm still up and running at the moment. Oh no! Yeah, there's been awful bugs running around all over the show, really. I hope that you managed to avoid the worst of it. Being sick sucks. I wouldn't wish it upon my worst enemy. Not that I've actually got enemies, but you know what I mean. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, no, we've been productive. And it's been all in all a decent run. So I'm a happy camper. Actually, all of these, we don't even need this second multiply layer. Yay! So you can all go away. On all of ye. That doesn't have a back pain visible. And that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and have a sip. Lovely. Did I delete the second multiply here? No, I did not. That one needs to exist. That one needs to exist. That one doesn't need to exist. Okay. Progress! Progress. Love it. So now, those can go back to natural colors. And those can go back to natural colors. And those can go back to natural colors. As can those. And those. And those. And those. And those. And those. Yay. Almost done with a batch of rune charms. Yay! Congrats. Well done. Well done. Don't you just love it when we've got group productivity? I know I certainly do. Starting to amass a decent pile of these so I can shift my focus to new bags I gotta make. Woo! Ooh, nice, nice. Speaking of bags, Rin, please ask me to send you a DM because I have a brainworm and I require help with a pattern. And you are the only person I know who makes bags. And I would desperately like your help with a pattern. Please, I want to discuss with you so that we can look at that, because it's something that I've been desperately wanting for a very, very long time. And I will gladly pay you if I can just get a quote on it, so that I can start saving for it. Because I can't obviously buy a bag from you that you made, because shipping halfway across the planet is hectic. But if I can at least buy a pattern from you, I will be very, very, very grateful. I will gladly hope so. I remind you after the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not that I'll remember things much better than myself, but maybe one of us does. I'm gonna write a word. I'm gonna quickly just put a keyword in our DMs, and then I will. One of us will get this. Reminder. Bag. Pattern. Boom. Okay. Now the next person of us who looks at our DMs will see. And maybe remember to actually follow up on whatever that reminder was about. Because otherwise it will confuse the living daylights out of whoever sees it. Okay, How many more of these are there? Collapse that, like that. Okay, now we grab that color and that one. And fill in the parts that we missed. No! Of course I would have a gap. How dare. No. There. Okay. So, amongst those, that should be now repaired here at least. Now we've got to do these ones in between. Ugh. Okay. Now, all of these, what we've got is an in-between that's got to happen. So that is gonna align sort of like so. Okay. Oh no. Undo, 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 undo. Let me first do these tweaks that are going to save me so much effort later. Why? Because I remember spending so much time just redoing the same sequence over and over and over yesterday. Because I was stupid. Copy. Yep, first put this here and here. Okay, now copy. Now the body base. Old code lines. Hide hair, hide expression. Hide hair, hide expression, hide body. Coat. Delete. Paste. Hide hair, hide expression, hide body. Delete. Paste. Let's come back and do this in between. So we have switch corner, and delete control point. 1, 2, okay, switch on. Like that should do the trick. Move. Okay. Add control point. Okay. Switch corner like that. Move control point. Okay. Move control point. Add another one. Like that. Okay. Place the halfway mark here. Control point, move, Okay. Ink. Okay, onion skin off. Full and full while I've got it here. Because why not? And grab that is the correct color, right? Yes, it is. Okay. And here we need to grab a copy of this line off of the body base. We just need that section. Copy, paste, collapse, hide. View, right there. Like so. And clear U. And fold U like so. And clear U. No. Yes. Okay. Okay. Still need to do the repairs on those though. We are not done. We are absolutely not done. Save button. This is gonna flash like crazy, but I just wanted to check it. Rendering. I knew it was gonna flash like crazy, but wow. Let me rather just put them in as I am ready for them, because otherwise this is going to be insane. No, it's still bad. It still sucks. No. After all of that, it still sucks. Oh man. I might have to do some really big tweaks to this. I'm gonna have to in between every single one of these. And I might actually have to shift the timing up even more. Okay, hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Feels like it needs to slow down even more. Yeah, I'm gonna need to turn these on to 2s. And stretch that physics group further along, maybe even halfway through to 2 seconds, or halfway through the second. third second. Because I'm not happy with that pacing. What was I thinking with this one? Lead control points. Switch corner. Delete control point. What was I thinking with this one? Switch corner here. Add control point. Right, the coat. Let's simplify dramatically. Collapse the code, hide it. Okay, that works, so now we unclip that, hide that. Switch back to Gengar colors. Next. Hide the coat. Show that, unclip it. Hide the colors. Hide that. Add control point here. Switch. Add. Hide the coat. If I come back here, I should be able to switch off the Gengar colors. Clip. Show that. Coat on. Okay, next, in between. I think this is going to be the last one for today. because it has got a multiple phase approach that needs to be taken. First things first, show the coat, hide the body base. Here, we're working on the coat first. Okay. New control point. Do I need another one there? No, I don't think I do. Yay! Okay. Switch corner here. Move. Add control point. Switch corner. Move. Delete corner. There we go. Move. Okay. Add control point. Likes this one is literally nothing to look at. Okay. Let me show here. I need this stretch. Copy. Hide. toothpaste. Okay, now over here. Unclip. Clear. Grab that color. Hide the white base. Onion skin on. Delete everything down here. Clear this one. All there. Okay. Now, body base. Whoosh. Slightly bit certain you can get him. Now this one. Hide the coat. Hide the white lines. Unclip you. Make you visible. Clear you. Okay. Move control points. Switch. Add. Delete. Move control points. Undo, hide, undo. Okay, now over here, grab these ones and begone, clear. Delete a whole bunch of these, which are unnecessary. And connect. And fill, and fill, and fill. Okay. Then on this side. Revert, clip, collapse, show. Show. Okay. So that's those two now repaired. Now I need to repair these two. Clear that. No, it's not. Yeah, I need to clear this. Clear that. Onion skin off. Okay. That one's ready. Okay. These two need to go back into linger colors and unclip. Invert, clear, undo, undo, invert, clear, remove that. Okay, that's that one. Hide there. Show. Okay. Move control points. Delete. Just even further out. So. Move. Switch that corner. Add. And that is a hydrate. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Just finish placing this. Blah. There we go. Hide that one. Hide that for a bit so that I can see what I'm actually doing. Delete. Move control point. Move, delete, move, onion skin off. And clear that section. Where's the coat? Okay. So I can literally just take this one and pull it straight down and it'll be fine. And then make those normal color. Take both of those and clip them down. Relax you, make you visible, show you. Show you too. And let's check. Hit render out. I've got my work cut out for me if I want to have this thing done come the 18th of June. Okay. So that means I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Corrections to do still before I can tweak the positions of our body layers. To account for everything, then I still need to do the finger postures. I still need to do the expressions. At this point, I think the expressions are probably the next low-hanging fruit. But I need to do these corrections first, because otherwise I'm going to end up procrastinating on them till the last minute, and then I'm not going to actually deliver something I'm happy with. So I need to do this first, because this is the true grunt work. So let's just check what was happening. If we look at what was on the schedule for this week again. Okay, I'm going to be continuing with this grunt work tomorrow. Of continuing shifting layers about. Then we're probably going to continue doing that on Thursday, as well as just going through it more animation. But it's fine, it's fine. We've got a lot to do, so we need to be productive. It's a long job, but if we do it well, it'll be worth. Currently sitting at 39 working hours. Literally on the dot. No, is that 39 or 35? It's 35, not 39. Whew. My eyes went blurry there. I think it's time for me to call it a day. Thank you all so much for coming by, for lurking alongside. You've been productive with me. I really appreciate your hanging around, and good job on doing everything that you have been busy with while we do the thing. I will poke around in the run of tomorrow and see if I can come up with a way that we can put a stretch timer in the middle of the stream. There ought to be a way that I can build that into my streamer bot that gets triggered when we hit the go live button to only start the timer then. And we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Maybe. But yes, thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate it. We're going to continue the animation grind tomorrow. I actually just want to very quickly check while we're still live. I highly doubt it, but there's no harm in looking, right? If we got feedback in the meantime, it's a really fat chance, and yep, that's a negative. So yeah, we are going to be continuing with the animation grind tomorrow. Let's get as far down the run with this as we possibly can. Goals. Let me think. Yeah, I think that is about all that we are going to... I haven't got any brain juice left at all, actually. I haven't got any brain juice at all, even for more yapping right now. Thank you guys. Rest well when you get to it. May your pencils stay sharp, your wits stay about you, and not abandon you like mine clearly have. And until next time, everyone, good night, rest well, and cheery bye.